start streaming. Let's see how we're doing here. So yeah, been a while. I've been busy. Just real life stuff. Mostly time limitations. Apologies about all of that. Let me make sure my settings are all, you know, set as settings are supposed to be. You can see I've added a selection of mods here. With this one getting added, that makes 51. This is recharging from a recent test I had performed wherein I turned off all of my coal generators to see just how effective my factory was and how long it would last. So if I pause all of the coal generators, you will see my power production drops to 0, but my batteries can actually withstand this about 4 hours. However, that's 4 hours at 3 gigs, 3 gigawatts. If we go over to said coal generators, wait, let me make sure I'm not carrying too many gifts. Yep. Oh, you know what? Before we go over to said coal generators, let me go visit the hub. I want the efficiency checker hand tool. I want extra inventory space, especially that last one. You can see in the middle right, we've got small little to-do list, basically. We still have the Fixmas event happening. We just don't really, you know, yeah. So yeah, whilst everything was going on in real life, I was running my factory AFK. I built like literally just a little area where it's not even optimized. It's just throw down a bunch of things and just say, here's some stuff, make stuff. No balancing, no multiple machines, no, it's just one of everything, or like 4 of one thing. There's no balancing to it, it's just, I need a bunch. And I needed it, you know, available by, you know, next live stream. So I built like firework rockets, which are massive. When they're on the belts, they're massive. They are smaller than that opening, but they appear massive. And we've got, you know, one of each type. Each of these containers holds 60,000 of those fireworks. These are vast storages, which are modded. Then we've got, what's this? Circuit boards, computers, black powder, nobelisks themselves, which that's going to get like an actual storage location at some point. All of this is going to end up not staying here. We'll get to this in a second. So this one is reinforced iron plates, because I just didn't have enough. Modular frames, because I realized I had, you know, I had a thing of modular frames, I just don't remember if it was connected. Stators, rotors, Smart plating. Lots of smart plating. Yeah. 14,526 smart plating. And these three belts are all like that. This one's versatile framework though. This one is automated wiring. Those are space elevator parts, and they are nested recipes, meaning these are all used in other recipes for space elevator parts. For like phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, etc. Then we've got some copper processing because I realized I had no copper processing. Let's see, producing screw, producing cable, producing wire, producing empty canisters, steel canisters. This one's nice because this one, I think I discovered that one either at the end of last episode or in between episodes. It was like the hard drive at the end. I'd have to check to know for sure. Just massive wire stockpile here. That is feeding, by the way, into main storage stockpile, but that's just a regular 4 industrial storage containers. Here's another industrial storage container. Here's another one. It's now 6 industrial storage containers. Wow, amazing. One Monsters could hold all of that. We've got cables. I was running out of cables very frequently because these each take 100 cables. There's a lot of them here. So I was running out of a lot of cables. Crystal oscillators. I was actually running low on crystal oscillators. So I just took these up. And those have just been running while offline, while busy. Over here we've got the steel ingots, which, you know, a lot of these, I don't really have actual production lines. Like, I don't have any copper production, I realized. I also, in the meantime, did a small little facelift redesign up here where we have our bulk overflow. So now, as you can see, we've got 4 on this side and another 4 on this side. And then we've got this monster storage container acting as a buffer in the meantime. So if I decide that I want to, I don't know, maybe slow this thing down, I can, or maybe it's just processing a large volume order, stuff like that. Our biomass stuff is all doing fine. But over here, you'll notice it's quiet. Really quiet. And nothing's moving either. In fact, this Mark I pump here is not even on. And neither is this one. You may wonder, well, why is that? Are you out of fuel? No, plenty of fuel. Still, you know, trickling away. Plenty of fuel. I really wish they would fix that little side ladder on these monsters fluid containers. The fluid monsters, it doesn't actually have side ladders. And the monsters storage containers don't even have a valid hitbox. Yeah, these are all off because they're not actually connected. That's fine. We expect that. One thing I did realize, this is not optimized at all. In fact, I don't even think this is one belt. Let me see. 50 per minute at max clock speed. That's 50, 100, 50, 200, 300. Yeah, this is not even a belt nor a pipe. It's half a pipe. I could fit all of that into one pipe. I think I did. Yeah, I did. I fit all of it into one pipe. So yeah, that's a thing. Let's see, what else we got around here? Packaging. I don't remember if I'm packaging enough of it. But all of these machines are off right now because the fuel generators aren't consuming any fuel. And the only other thing around here consuming fuel is my jetpack. So all of these machines are not actually on. They're powered. They've got power. They're just not on. They're not running. They don't need to run at the moment. And thus, they don't. Also, we're going to have to move that part, because those are going to want to go that way. And then over here is where we've got our Caterium processing, which some of you who've watched from long, long ago might remember. Others not so much. Basically, that's a merger. All of these other ones are smart splitters. And yeah, they're just feeding all of these smelters. And then the ingots get taken over to here, where I remodeled a little bit, but this is where it's being made into quick wire. We've just got vast stockpiles of quick wire. These are all regular vanilla industrial storage containers. And this one also is quick wire. So both of the setups are quick wire. And then over here we've got AI limiters, which actually were a bit of an issue at one point, because I decided, well, I've got all this Caterium ingot, I've got all this quick wire.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Thank you, Ada. I've got all this quick wire, I've got all this Caterium ingot, just surplus laying around. What do I do with it? Well, I decided I would just resource sink a few AI limiters, because I had maxed out my AI limiters. They're very expensive point-wise, so they're worth a bunch when I turn them in. I had not accounted for the copper sheet, and so I had to build all of that stuff down there that was temporary stuff. That was what originally did it. Was I had forgotten that I didn't have copper production. But now I've got all of this established, and then we've got our actual production lines. We've got our screws for converting looks like iron ingot, or no, iron rod into screws. And then we've got iron ingot into iron rods. So we've got plenty of iron rods. Iron ingot into iron plate. Plenty of that. Yeah. Iron ore into iron ingot, which actually is one of our throttle points. We're using more ingots than we're actually producing. We've got our modded blueprint building here. Because the original one is like... I think the original one's a 4x4, that one's a 6x6. And there's bigger ones, like there's an 8x8 and I think a 10x10 as well. So we'll eventually be able to actually build these, or no, maybe it's 10x8. But we'll be able to like actually pre-build all of these modules. I've got this depositing straight into bulk storage, which has a item filter on it. So the fruits and the nuts, those go into, you know, deep storage like they should. But the gifts are actually getting sorted out. So if I go over here, you can see I made this small modification. This one goes to Fixmas gifts. You can see that one is just full. It's not moving. It's on, but it's not moving. And so it just doesn't have any available throughput to actually, you know, move items. This one, however, is just moving and grooving. And this one's just also set to sort gift. I thought I had one of them set to bulk overflow. I guess not. It'll sort. But it, see, does it dump it to 2 or to 3? This one sends it to 2, so it's sending it to this one. However, I do have some stuff set up to send to that one. So let's go up there for a second. Over here, you can see the modded unique crate organizer. So anytime I die or anytime I deconstruct something and I don't have inventory space for what I deconstructed, this thing will instantly pick it up and just deposit it via conveyor into bulk overflow 3, which then conveys over to bulk item storage 2, then bulk item storage 1, which is down there. But at the end of 2, it's got this smart splitter on it that's diverting the Fixmas gifts. I also removed the storage container there that contained Fixmas gifts because, well, if I've got this, I don't need that. So this kind of replaced that. Also, I did move, what was this? This was concrete. I moved concrete. You may be like, well, where'd you move concrete to? Concrete is now over here. I've got 29,000 of it. It was actually fairly easy. I just connected the item teleporter output to basically the sort input, and yeah, that was all it took. I didn't even have to like preemptively turn anything off or anything. By the way, we are still on battery power during this entire conversation in the base here, because if I go over here to my batteries, you can see, you know, we are on battery power. We have 0 megawatt production. A lot of the time spent discussing all of this. Oh, that's not how that leg is supposed to look. Oh my. Huh. That's the mod that I just added. Okay, well, this is one that I want. More storage. Yes, please. So this is a huge storage that contains up to 256 item slots. Anything else in tier 6, tier 5, 4? Yeah, we just need
Merry
tier
Christmas.
2. Wait, seriously? It's gonna be done in like 10 seconds-ish? Am I reading that right? I can hear it. Oh, there it is. Yep. Yeah, these things don't have a regular hitbox. Because, like, right now I'm about knee deep in this container. But if I move over here, I'm not. Yeah. You get the idea. Anyways. Deposit that, deposit that. Bloop. Okay. So let's make sure we're all topped off on our stuff here. Oh yeah, I've been collecting a few items. Just a few. Oh yeah, I've got these hard drives too. I've got a few spare Blade Runners. Let's actually go over to the MAM real quick. Because some of this stuff is for unlocking stuff. So we've got Mark III power poles, yes please. What else we got? Oh, I need some high-speed connectors. Don't I have these over here somewhere? Fairly certain I do. Organics. Oh, that's circuit boards. That could be made into high-speed connectors. I think. Let's see, what's the button for it? Oh, I need quick wire. Where's my quick wire? Here it is. Do I have enough quick wire? No, I do not. Okay. So let's see. High-speed connector. How are you, chat? You doing good? I'm doing good. This is a great time to remind you guys to leave a like on the video, comment, subscribe. Helps me, helps channel, tells that YouTube algorithm to send more people this way. That way we can all hang out together, chat, get to know each other, maybe give each other construction advice or some other sort of advice that might actually prove useful. I've also got a Patreon page. Maybe you want to help me get a more stable work environment so that I can produce videos more effectively. I've got a Patreon page set up for that. I've done a lot of handcrafting to supplement my my resupply, so I'm kind of used to just staring at the crafting screen for long periods of time. That unlocks supercomputers for us, which is great because now we can start unlocking programmable splitters, but more importantly, geothermal generators. Also, we need some of those nobelisks. Let me construct some of these inhalers. Oh wait, there's a better option here. Give me mycelia. Thank you. Much better option. Wow, we're already at the first autosave. So yeah, chat. How do you like the base? Let me know what you think. You know, keep in mind we are currently running with 0 power production. I don't even have biofuel set up to run. It's purposely set up to not have anything running. Like, it's ready, I just gotta flip it on. I've got more than enough production. You guys saw that earlier. Like, the coal generators are enough to power my entire base. And then some. Like, plenty to spare. It's not even close. But... but... I still need the copper production optimized. I need more iron ore. I need a dedicated iron ore facility. Now that I'm like looking at it all, I need to refactor. That's what they call it in programming. It's called refactoring or refractoring. I don't remember which. But basically, it's a reference to prisms. If you shine a light through a prism, you know, everyone knows the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon album cover with the little prism and the light going in one side and the rainbow coming out the other. It's light diffusion, right? Well, that diffusion is called a refraction. So I'm not sure if it is refractoring, where it is basically diffusing the work and spreading it out amongst many different smaller things, or if it's refactoring, where I reevaluate all of the each individual factors associated to construct the entire thing in its entirety. It could be both. It probably is both. But I'm just not sure which. Not sure which one to use there. You may think this is a waste of mycelia. You're right. That being said, I have the God Chainsaw. So if I need, like, mycelia, I can just go out and God Chainsaw some mycelia, and I'll have all the mycelia I'll ever need. But I only need mycelia to offset the vast number of berries that I've got. I actually primarily need to go out and just hunt a bunch of monsters. Hilariously enough. I just need to go out monster hunting. Because we've got the protein filter, which 10 barrel nuts per protein. We've got the therapeutic filter, which is mycelia and protein with bacon agaric, which is a great use for it after you've used up the barrel nuts and the berries. You can use it with the bacon agaric and just have them work together. So there's that. Or, you know, the old school recipe. We do have gas nobelisks, which use biomass and the nobelisk. We've got stun rebar unlocked, which uses quick wire, which that's fun. But stun rebar actually has a lower damage. So if you look like right about here, you'll see that there's a listing for damage on these. And it tells you compatible weapons is the rebar gun, standard recipe is rebar ammo, and quick wire makes stun rebar. You know, the regular, however, the iron rebar, has 2 points of damage. And if you look real carefully, you can probably make out the image of 3 unlit blips there. So that's 2 out of 5. Which does mean that there is more powerful stuff. Then we've got the shatter rebar, which uses quartz crystal and regular rebar. And this stuff has 3 blips of damage. So this is good stuff, you know. Normally empty canisters require plastic. However, I have this lovely recipe right here. In a constructor, I can produce 40 per minute if I input 60 steel per minute. Basically 2 every 3 seconds. However, at 250%, it is 1 every 1.2 seconds. Produces 100 per minute and requires 150 steel ingot per minute. Hence why each and every one of those had their own teleporter, is because, you know, like I wasn't going to balance that. I had to start working with weird numbers, and it's like, no, I'm not even bothering balancing that yet. I'll balance it later. I will balance it later. Trust me, once we get nuclear, I'm going to have to balance all of this, because I am not doing that to my nuclear power plant. Oh man, I'm going to have to do so much load balancing for the nuclear power plant. I'm going to actually build a power plant for that. But yeah, we've got all of this stuff. We can now build supercomputers, which require computers, AI limiters, high-speed connectors, and plastic. We don't have plastic production currently. I'm just resource sinking uh, the residue because I can't yet afford the fuel cost for it. There's the super chainsaw. Somewhere in here is the god chainsaw. Oh well. But yeah, we've got all kinds of stuff here. Fabric is one of the things I'm going to need. For that I need biomass to go with the fabric, or with the mycelia, and there isn't really a way to make mycelia yet. There is a mod that provides the option from limestone, but I don't have said mod yet. Okay. So that's like the main tour of the base. Got a decent enough view from here of everything we're flying past. However, I do want to, pull these windows out and use the full pane windows that I had for the viewing area of the Fixmas tree. And I also want to actually bring the hypertube under the platform, but I also want to like elevate the platform more. So basically I plan to, as dumb as it sounds, I plan to rip all of this out and rebuild it. And for that I'm probably actually going to use a save editor, because a lot of this stuff, as you may have noticed, is clipped into the ground. And since they've, well, obviously moved the ground, I can't dig it out, because this isn't one of those types of games. And they aren't planning to include that. What is that? Something failed there. Something very much failed in that chunk in particular. What was that? It wasn't my setup. My setup's up there. Like, look, there's a little platform right there for it. So, I don't know what that was. There's my stuff. So you can see the little hypertube down, hypertube out, and then just on the other side of those rocks is where I'm packaging all the fuel and teleporting it out. You can kind of see it right there. Just barely. It's all being teleported out over to there.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Merry Christmas to you too, Ada. But yeah. Lots of interesting stuff around here. Including that crashed drop pod. There is a drop pod over here. Right there, in fact. I want to visit that sucker because I don't remember if I looted it online, offline. I just don't remember. Oh my. YouTube said there was a problem with the chat server. You know what? I'm going to reconnect my phone to the YouTube. What was that picture in picture? That was weird. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, right. Close that. Open via URL because... Yeah. Oh, right. I was double checking the rotation wasn't forced on. No, it wasn't. Okay. Hit play. And playback speed. Quality. Captions. English. Okay. One thing you will notice, the workbench that was right here has been removed. I additionally added an extra container here. This is specifically my container for just putting stuff to teleport back. This is just like the one that's over at the hub. It's just over here instead. I kind of want to make more high-speed connectors. We got solid biomass, wood, leaves, leafy green leaves, and flower petals. Plenty of biofuel for everything. Quartzes being quartz. Actually, I can turn this off. I can actually remove this portion entirely. Let's see, what benefit is this bringing? None, really. That might conserve some power. I do, however, want those coupons. Thank you. So we've got 34 coupons now. Let's see what we can buy. We are in organization. We've got everything from organization. The last item from management. Nice. Got all the foundations, all the walls, all the architecture. We've got the vehicles. Suppose we'll just grab the stuff for the customizer. Yeah, it's 20 so far. to 34. There we go. Pretty soon we'll just be buying a bunch of equipment. Oh, you know what? I should have purchased some liquid biofuel. Yeah, I need like 15 tickets worth of liquid biofuel. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I had not thought of that in advance. Because that's 150 inventory slots when I get that. Here's the silica. It's got pretty much the same issue going on. Now down here, it's going to look a little different. This one no longer is overclocked. Now this one is overclocked. These two are not. Just this one. And that's because 5 of these will fill up a Mark II pipe to 600. Because they are 120 each. So 120 times 5 is 600. And these pipes, well, they have a max throughput of 600 for their flow rate. Here's our biomass burners. You can tell they are all hooked up to unpowered poles. This is half a gigawatt of power. And yes, they do have biofuel in them, all of them. They all have 200 biofuel. So that's 200, that's 200, 200, 200. You know, they've all got fuel. They're just not connected to anything, and because of that, the fuel is preserved. But they can support half a gigawatt. Our grid is currently consuming 2.5 gigawatts. So it's very much idle right now. This is not pumping any fluid. You will notice I removed all of the valves. The valves were kind of getting in the way, surprisingly. Oh, just so it didn't get its thing. So yeah, the valves were kind of getting in the way. So I just took off the valves. I redid the layout a little. I had to, you know, move the connection point because it was connected over there, and that led over to that one, but I needed this one prioritized. So I moved it over here. That one now pumps over to this way to get out. This one, these two kind of just share the line. But in all, it's 600 throughput. And then there's, you know, another pump here. It's only going up 9.3 meters. And then this is the big jump. No pun intended. As it goes up 43.4 meters. Look at that. It is going up a massive elevation. But I did this on stream for this part. It's the part leading up to here that I reorganized. So that one was like the most changed. This one was changed a little bit. This one's got a 6-meter head lift, and then this one's another 14. That's just so that everything gets pulled out of here uniformly, and then it goes to here where it's actually pushed. But they have the same setup where there's 2 sharing 1/3 of the input, and then the overclocked getting dedicated, and then 1 all on its own having 1/3 of the input. And you'll notice all of these are off. Because this one's doing the same thing, where one input, overclock, two input, you know? And they're all doing that. And they're flowing into here. And I'd actually had to like go over here to reevaluate all of this. Like this entire room got reevaluated, both floors. I could not figure out for the longest time what was wrong. And so I eventually just started like forcing it to work in a specific sequence. And you know, now this has 240 input, this takes 120, this takes 60, this takes 60, goes over to here where 60 comes in from both sides to make 120, which goes this way, which feeds this one. And then this one has 180, which is 120 that way, 60 that way. And then over here we've got another 180 coming in, which is 120 that way, 60 that way, 60 from there, 60 from there, 120 here. 5 sets of 120 should sound familiar. It's one full pipe, but it's split up and distributed so that it's fed from the middle and both ends. And that's complete with, you know, a pump to actually get it moving, give it some head pressure. This one goes up 1.3, this one goes up 5.4, this one goes up 3.5. You get the idea. And then there's plenty of coal. It says injected input is 42.5, but that's totally wrong. But yeah, this is our coal plant. And then we've got the second floor of the coal plant. Well, technically fourth floor, because we've got our first floor down there. We've got our second floor here, right? And then this is what I do when the power's off, by the way. Then over here, we've got our third floor, which is ventilation, and then our fourth floor, which is the same setup as below, where you know, we've got 5.4 head lift, 5.4 head lift, 1.9, 1.3. About 3, 5, yeah, it's kind of all over the place, but it's doing the exact same function. This is the one that went up 40. So it goes over to some pumps that are over there, which then finish the job of pumping it here. And these are fluid monstrous, or monstrous fluid storage containers. And they're nice. They're big. They have a lot of input, a lot of output. 12 in-outs, like sections total. But you'll notice our consumption is only about 2.4 gigawatts. And because of that, we can actually just coast on battery power for like most of the recording of this live stream. But that being said, let's see, we've got Mark II Minor. That one's out of range. That one's out of range. They're all out of range at this height. Yep. Yep. Eh. Yep. go. So yeah, you can see I've got 20 coal generators. I'll just unpause those. You can see now, when looking here, that we have surplus. We'll actually be fully charged in a couple hours. Charging at around a gigawatt. But that's going to go down. But it was only using 2.4 gigawatts. Now we're consuming about 3 gigawatts. So about 0.6 gigawatts just to run the coal factory, but it's generating enough to run everything. Oh. Right. The stockpile box. I don't have to run all the way back just to free up inventory space. I can just do this. And then while I'm traveling back, this is all getting deposited into storage and sorting. And that one's actually going to storage 3. So that one's going all the way to the top of the stack. And it's just one little input, but that one little input is doing that input. And yes, we did just go into a rock. We went clean through it. That was one of the terrain changes. That's why I want to just, save editor the bridge out, basically. I'm going to just disconnect it from the path network and from the power grid network, and then just, once it's isolated, just, remove the isolated section. Because that I can do. It's all the other stuff I struggle with. Like, separating everything out and making it so, I can go through and actually adjust each little thing in the save file. And, like, I can get rid of an entire, like, power network, but I don't want to do that to my entire power network. That would be dumb. That's not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. You know what I mean, chat? I know what I mean. Yeah, like what was that stuff from before? Look, it's perfectly fine now. Got some nice music here. How's the music, chat? I got headphones on, so I can't really tell. I got music in my ears. It should be transmitting to you guys. It should be playing the music for you guys as well. Um, but until I've got an audience to tell me these things, communication is key, as they say. It's not the key, it's a key. There's a lot of locks on doors that need keys. And so, you need these keys. Communication is one of them. And if you're wondering where in context a door can be used to refer to communication, the game system World of Darkness actually references doors, but they were not the original users of the phrase. They actually got it from a entirely similar yet not a game system. They got it from psychology, is what it is. It's a semi-related subject because World of Darkness is all about making your players paranoid, weird people, and then the players are just these weirdos that go around and completely thrash the GM's plans. Basically, the only way you can win at D&D or World of Darkness is by constantly planning everything ahead of your players. So those GMs out there who are saying they're going, "Oh, I'm a terrible GM. The players always derail a plot." The players are bored with the same old plot. Play along. That's my advice. Play along. Because you know what? The players don't know where this is going either. Maybe the players decide they're going to explore the sewers and just entirely, like, piece out on the original plot line. So you know what you do instead? You rewrite the plot line because locations can change, okay? Regions can change. Character names can change. Like, all of this stuff is just variables. You know what most of these modules are? The ones that aren't entirely built around plot, like Curse of Strahd, those ones are actually built from just campaigns that went kind of okay, but terribly wrong. But they were prepared for it, and so they just wrote it down. Like, that was half of the adventures that they made. You ever wonder how they made so many adventures? They grabbed a quest from the quest board, and they went on the quest. Right, we needed to grab some nobelisks. Ah, this is one of the things I needed. Sulfur and coal. Then I can unlock turbo fuel. I already unlocked the smokeless powder. That just needs black powder and plastic. We're not going to have nuclear deterrent development for a while, because that's uranium right there. That's uranium fuel cells. We've got the 500 nobelisks, we've got the 200 for this, but we don't have the smokeless powder. Smokeless powder is a pain to set up, because to set it up, you have to process heavy oil residue with it, and that's not something I have currently set up. I can, however, finally finish off the quartz line there. The quartz research. I just need to run over here, well, fly over here, and get a few nobelisks. Actual nobelisks. So here's something that I actually didn't originally know about. So, obviously you can use the plus and minus on the stuff over here, but did you know you can actually also just type it in? I didn't know that for a while. Like, yeah, I just did not know that. Oops. Hey, hey, Coffee Stain Studios. Use unsigned integers. Thank you. Never use signed integers unless you know that you want it to be able to reach negative. Never use signed with default. Always unsigned default because you never want it to go negative. What I did there was I went over the integer limit, which, as you can see, if I go to that, boom, that was all it took. Yeah. As you can see, the integer limit is actually this number. But it doesn't like that number. Oh, right. Part of the reason why it doesn't like that number is because it doesn't like its own commas. So yeah, that is int max. So that is 2,147,483,647. If I set it to one higher, it no longer works. Oh, no, it seems to be working now. Okay. Can I add one more decimal? How many more decimals can I add? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just broke it. That's all. Yeah, I mean, it just needs like negative 6,000 fuel. It's fine. Yeah. So there's that. Come on. Opening codecs. Thank you. So yeah, Coffee Stain Studio. You might want to fix your integer overflow errors there, because I just changed a byte value in your game and I don't know which one it was. So that can be abused heavily. In fact, that's actually a security risk. What was I here for? Oh yeah, explosives. Things to break things. Not quite the things I intended to break, but we make do with what we've got. Let's just grab a row. I don't know how much I needed. I didn't actually make a note. But yeah, that's just going to replenish. Then over here is my fuel stockpile, which is full. $49,800 fuel. Yeah, each one of these is almost 500 iron rods and 500 iron plate. Needless to say, I've been busy. Hmm? I need to check on something. That just said it was sending snow over to the bows production line. But if it did that, that would break anything that it tried to use it on. Which means I might need to do a checkup on this stuff. Okay, that one actually needs actual snow. So that's in the clear. This one uses the bow, but it's loaded up with bow. Okay, so that one's in the clear. This one doesn't use a bow. None of these use a bow. Yeah, none of these are Fixmas stuff. Yep. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the fastest way back is actually over here. Ah, yes. The invisible person. I am all the stuff. I am invisible. It only happens when your camera is pointing certain specific ways. And I have a funny feeling I know exactly why. It's because they're using signed integers, meaning it's got a plus and a minus, making it a float. They're using floating point. And you know what floating point is great at? Errors. Generating them. Not fixing them. It's great at generating them. Floating point rounding errors are rampant in computing. Okay? And the only way to prevent it is bounded. Bounded accuracy. Well, they've got that. And basically, if you are in any of the negative coordinates of, the world, you end up taking damage. Which, that's what you would expect. You fall out of the world, you take damage, you die, you respawn back at your base where you are in the world, and then you don't fall out of the world again. And then you just have a little storage container that's trapped at the bottom of the world in an area where you can't reach. But that's what's great about that thing, is that thing can reach it. So it's not trapped at the bottom of the world anymore. Also, you can see that all of these are now like with their tops closed, and you can see the battery meter on them is actually like blinking to indicate they are charging. They each have 100 megawatts of power. They're about 77% full, going on 78%. And yeah, they'll be fully charged in about 4 hours at most. Not half bad. All of that stuff from earlier, all the stuff I deposited, yeah, that stuff's already been sifted through and processed. So that's pretty nice. Quartz research complete. Yes. This needs supercomputers and rifle ammo. Have I unlocked rifle ammo? I don't think I've unlocked rifle ammo yet. I think that's a higher tier, maybe? Yeah. Might be. Oh, right. Sulfur and coal. Let's go from this direction, actually. Deuterium, concrete, coal. Here we are. Stack of coal. Stack of sulfur. Another reason that I want to like refactor the base, I want to add hypertubes under each of these storage containers, but there isn't enough room for that if I mirror it. So I kind of have to like make it the centerpiece, but that's kind of a problem too, because that means I would just double the amount of space needed. Also, not really sure how I would handle like an elevator. Anyways, where were we? Right. Sulfur. Compacted coal. So if we look up compacted coal, we can see that it is coal and sulfur in an assembler. Takes 25, makes 25 per minute, takes 25 of each per minute, and it's 12 seconds per cycle. Overclocked 62.5 per minute, making 4.8 seconds per 5. That's not too bad. How much did I need of this stuff? Sulfur. 15. Do I need it for anything else? Does not look like it. Oop, another autosave. How you doing, chat? Nice. Let's see. Ooh, I can get the 80 zoops. I think unlimited is next. Let's go, boys. We're getting up to 80 zoops. We can build 80 things in one go. That is a lot of platform. Or wall, for that matter. The analysis of 80 zoops is completed. What's next? Infinite. Oh, but it requires fused modular frames. We can't build those yet. We can find some of them, but we can't build them. Not yet. We need to unlock it, is why. We need an assembler. Wait, is this an assembler? No, this is an assembler. This is a constructor. Yeah, it's a constructor. Deposit that into there. So, how much is our teleporter network using? About 900 megawatts, 800 megawatts, somewhere in that range. Where can we build an assembler real quick, just for like dry run on this? Production, assembler. Yeah, let's move it over here. Just put it next to this doorway, since the doorway is already fairly well blocked. And then we want, I guess we just want to pick the recipe and throw it in there, don't we? Alternate compacted coal. Wait, this is an alternate? No, this is not an alternate. Why is it saying this is alternate compacted coal? Well, whatever. Alternate or not, it'll be done with it in just over a minute. So Wizards of the Coast has been doing dumb stuff. leaking documents that had contracts that basically were attempting to undermine decades of building a customer base. And it's like, yeah, don't undermine decades of customers. You don't want that result. Trust me. Yeah, I have to mix in a refinery a canister of heavy oil residue with 2 units of black powder to make 2 units of smokeless powder. And it does that 10 times per minute per refinery. That's a lot of material because I turned 390 heavy oil residue into 260 fuel. In case you haven't noticed. Yeah, 266 fuel specifically. Don't want a clear list. Now, one of the benefits of having this massive storage container acting as the buffer for my overflow is the fact that it allows me to just run in and drop off a bunch of materials that I just don't want to carry around anymore. And maybe for whatever reason, maybe because my factory already refilled the containers I took it from, I just don't have anywhere to put it. And on top of that, I can do things like this, where I just walk up and throw it in there, and there you go. Now I've got this compacted coal. I don't need compacted coal. Gifts? No, I don't need those. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like I'm good. I'm good. I think. And if you're wondering about these are connected to this one node. They can produce 60 megawatts, which basically I disconnect that line and then I connect the hypertube entrance to there, and that allows me to access this little elevator section, at least for getting down easier. I honestly need another one just for over here. I think a battery would actually work better. Probably not, because then, like, if it runs out of fuel, I don't have any way to refuel it. Yeah. I guess that's why I went with biomass burners. Just because, you know, fuel. Oh, right. Then this one's just basically processing these into something worth more points, hopefully. I didn't actually look it up, I'm just guessing. But at least it's processing it instead of just leaving it as a gift. Let's see, what was I about to do? Oh, right, I was about to optimize the fuel storage. Yeah. I hate working on that thing. Let's see. Oh, right. I do need another... I suppose I need... What am I going to run out of? Oh, I need quick wire. Opening codecs. Do I have enough cable for this? I do. However, I'm running a bit low for my standard stock. And then I need circuit boards, which are way down here. I mean, if I'm in the neighborhood, might as well stock up on my quick wire that I'm going to be using. And then I needed... No, I've got plenty of those in the stockpile. Huh. I'm actually good on circuit boards. But yeah, the legs aren't supposed to look like that, are they? Where it's all rainbow. Like, are the legs supposed to look rainbow? Yeah, those rounding errors, that's how you get memory leaks, by the way. So that's actually generating a memory leak in the game code, and that will actually eventually cause a graphics card to crash, because it's your VRAM that's memory leaking. You're memory leaking into VRAM. And that integer overflow, it eventually causes the graphics to all get that rainbow texture. They all start to fail. Okay? You ever wondered why your game runs better when people have all of their foundations set to either 0 or 90, but never 180 or negative 90, this is why. Like, forcing it in that bounding did help. However, you still have negative 0 making an appearance, and you need to tell it if negative 0 set to 0. You have to add that. Okay? And you have to make sure that you're checking it as floating point, because you really need to hammer home the point. Floating point rounding errors happen. Okay? There are no actual solutions to the floating point rounding error. And if you do, I think you get like $1 million. If I remember right. Because it's the biggest problem in all of computing. Okay? So, seriously, guys, fix your stuff. Don't use don't use signed integers. Use unsigned integers. Just unsigned integers wherever possible. Convert your entire program to unsigned integers so that you have absolute values. You do not want a negative number unless it's supposed to be a negative number. Because if people have to work all that way because maybe they ended up like wrapping it around, well, what ends up happening is they wrap it around to 0, which means they can't decrement it. They can only increment it. But if you have a negative number, they can decrement it, and they can make it actually, like, work in their favor. And they can force it into a binary equation, and they can start hacking people's devices that way. It's a very, very massive security issue. Because once you have binary set up, you're in. Like, that's it. That's all it takes. Binary. Once you've got binary access, you're in. A lot of people think it's way more difficult than that. It's not. It is not more difficult than that. Okay. Now, if you want it to look nice, it's more difficult. But if you just want access, that's all it takes. Just binary. Okay. And if you don't believe me, there was a computer virus that had hit like Chrome and Firefox and like all of the major web browsers. It was like Heartstroke or something. It was this massive virus, and people were just freaking out about it. It was full on panic mode, right? Because it was a day 0 virus. And those are rare for web browsers. Someone discovered it, and they just immediately pushed a virus for it and said, this is a thing. Enjoy your knowledge. Prepare accordingly. And they just unleashed it on the world. And everybody panicked because nobody saw it coming. Nobody prepared. Nobody had any clue it was going to happen. And then they figured out the fix, and they then proceeded to make sure that it never happened again. And there was like this massive API change that everybody went through. Like everybody updated their API, right? Why? Because there was this one virus that struck and it just devastated. You know, it was terrifying. It really was. But, people learned from it. They sat there going, okay, well, we didn't like that. We don't want that to happen again. What do we do to prevent it? And now they know. Now they know what they need to do. Before, they had no idea. Because they didn't know it was a problem. You know? You may be wondering, why on earth would you make so many inhalers? You're never going to use that many inhalers. Like, even if you go out hunting, you're just never going to use that many. You could explore pretty much the whole map on what I just withdrew. And you'd be right. You could explore pretty much the whole map on that. But alternatively, have you considered being rich? So yeah, to-do list can suffer from integer overflow. You don't want that. That's bad. That's something to fix. Your graphics seem to be suffering the same problem. It's causing a memory leak in your virtual RAM or in your RAM, one or the other. Take your pick, pick your poison. As they say. You can see how fast this just eats through that massive stockpile. And look at this. Went from like 800 points to 1,000 points. We're up to 25,000 points per minute already. And that's not even an accurate reading. Yeah. It already ate through all of that. Let's see what it stops the spike at. Are we getting more or less? Yeah, my big problem with programming is while I'm good at it, staring at a screen full of words does not really rivet my interest. I don't find it fascinating to just stare at a screen full of words. Yeah, about 72.5 1,000 points per minute when we were depositing all of those inhalers. And that's not even a full minute of measurement. That's just, you know, that's just what I had spare. I still got an entire row of inhalers, stacks of inhalers, right? An entire row. 50 inhalers each. Each inhaler is full health. It's a full heal. Okay? Doesn't matter if I'm in the middle of combat, doesn't matter if I'm experiencing knockback, doesn't matter if I'm poisoned, doesn't matter if I'm experiencing uranium sickness. It's full health. If I can finish that inhaler puff before I reach 0, I'm full health. It just, you are at full health. Period. It's a full elixir, a full restore type situation, you know? I guess elixir's the wrong term, but elixir would be if you just had creative mode. That's a max elixir. That's creative mode. I'm doing the next best. I'm just doing regular elixir, which is not creative mode. It's just I have ungodly amounts of build power behind it. Yep. If I really, really wanted some points, I'd grab some of them fireworks. Might do that actually. Grab like 5 stacks of each. That shouldn't drain me too much. Should give me some points though. 5 stacks each. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it does, stream. You know, we've got all these fireworks. They're all built. They're all full. All full. They are filled to capacity. They are all filled. 3, 4, 5. Let's actually go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do 10 of each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, these have the ladders, but they're using the default model, so that's understandable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The words of Beyblade. Let it rip. Let's see how much we get here. Ooh, and we got an autosave. While we're waiting, why don't you go ahead and hit the like button. Hit that subscribe button. Help the channel out. Get some more people in here so we can all chat. Say hi. You know, ain't nobody talking in the chat. That's the problem. You know, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at chat. I'm checking chat pretty frequently actually for this game. I'm normally not this attentive. But like this is the type of stuff that it's been like where I've just been running around the factory staring at a screen for like 5 minutes and then running off to go do something else and then stare at a screen for another 5 minutes. Like that's just normal. A scary amount of normal. It's just in this case. In this case, we're sitting here looking at a point value measured every 60 seconds. This one seems like it was very, very worthwhile. Oh, it seems to have hit the section of stretch where it's just gifts at the moment. And we're through the gifts already. That was the 2/3 mark. That's how fast it goes. It's really fast. We're getting a pretty steady amount. It's nice. Is it already done? Yup. Wow. Yeah, that is a lot. And yet, it was only about that much. Sheesh. That's a lot of points. By the way, my fuel generators, those things actually can support 3 fuel generators currently. I think I want to power them on myself. The thing is, what this ends up doing is this ends up turning the other parts of this process on. So while these are running, that means that over here we're running the unpackaging, we're running the refining, we're running the repackaging, we're running the next unpackaging, we're running that refining, we're running that packaging, and then we're sending it over here to get unpackaged, where it's then pumped and distributed, and yeah, it's this big mess of everything.
Here's a present. It's iron bars.
Aw, gee, thanks. It's exactly what I needed. Now I can wrap it in quick wire and stun you. Don't worry, it's only 1 tick of damage. It's not like the rebar that it used to be, which, you know, was 2 ticks. Now it's just 1. It's actually reduced damage. You'll be fine. Probably. But yeah, you can see the way the power kind of leaps. Like with just 2 generators, we have 4.5 gigs. 4.5 gigawatts of power production. We're using about 4 gigs. 4 gigawatts. Somewhere between 3 to 4. However, maximum consumption is almost 7 gigawatts currently, and we can't support that unless we can get all of these online. If we can get all of these online, we can do something we haven't done in a really long time. We can actually leave our factory running. That being said, we don't have copper production. So we'd be able to leave our factory running and then panic as we realize we still need to build a lot more to get copper online. But yeah, that's basically what I want to work on, but we really, really need to work on packaging the fuel and unpackaging the fuel and unpackaging the heavy oil residue specifically. Because, you know, we've got a Mark IV belt going in here, right? So, Mark IV belt. Oops. Oh, hold on. Gotta take my headset off for a second. Gotta get all the hair out from underneath the ear cups for cupping the ears. Let's see. So, no, Q. That's what I'm looking for. So Mark IV belt, right? 480 resources per minute. It's split into 2 lines, so it's taking in 60. 480 divided by 60 times 2 is 4 machines, and then it needs to get fed from a different direction. We can see that here. That's what we've got. We've got 8 machines, but we've got 2 inputs. One from the left, one from the right. That's fine. You know, that works. We've got smart splitters at all of the junctions. Yep. They're configured pretty much exactly how you'd expect. Packaged oil, overflow. And then the ones at the end, they have any undefined set as their forward. And that way, if I do end up with something foreign in the line, I can just do something like this. We don't even need to leave that laying there. We can pick it back up. It makes this nice, clean little area here. But these are all, you know, making a bunch of crude oil. 60 per minute per one. We've got 8 of these, so that is 60 times 8. Okay, so we've got 480 crude oil that we're working with. Right? We're actually mathing all of this out. So we've got 480 going into here. And I'll be honest, that ain't a full tube. But let's refine what we've got, because, you know, as I just mentioned, this is 8 of these. And yeah, that's a lot. That being said, what if there were 3 modules? Oops. Or 4. Yeah, see, that would be 720. That would create a surplus. But it would keep everything running. At least downstream. It'd keep everything fed, keep everything running. So it's all topped off at all times so they can just keep crafting. Anyways, moving right along, each of these takes 60 per minute. So we've got 60 out, 60 in. That matches up. Okay. What does it output? Well, it outputs 80 per minute. Also note that it's 60 in, but it's 60 in if you double the clock speed. Meaning you have to build 2 of these normally for each of these. And that's just for a 480 line. That's not even a 600. Like, that's not even full. Like, it wants to go out in this direction where all of this has been set up. And that's kind of a no bueno on that. Yeah, that's not really something we wanted, but it might be how it goes. Because I don't know if you noticed, but I have that thing set up for a lot more throughput, and it's not going to get that throughput. It's kind of sad. I can probably start setting those up with the blueprint mod. I have not tested how well those mods will work together. I don't know how they'll interact with the blueprint machines. Like, I don't even really know how the blueprint machines really work at the moment. I just know what they do and what they were built for. Okay, so this is heavy oil residue. And then it's pumped over here. So that's heavy oil residue into fuel. And because I had set all of these up backwards, I just finished like belting all of them together before realizing it. I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna connect them in the back. Threw a few bumps on it, and there you go. Each individual packager got its own pump, just to make sure. Because I did not want this stuff to get stuck going like down, especially with it being sent from this pump outwards. Basically, with these pumps being here, the flow will just basically stop here. If it starts to drain, it'll like remain about here, but it won't push through because it doesn't have enough volume. Yeah. But this also means that this pump won't be fighting itself, because when it's pushing like that, it's pushing on all of these equally. Well, with each of these pumps being right here, you can see they're each getting 11.6 meters of head lift. This one's getting 7.3. And like, that's 4 meters foundation right there. So, yeah, like that's something that it had been struggling with. So it's now got enough head lift for what it's doing. But it struggled for a bit. But now, each of these then pushes the next 11.6, and these are dedicated to just that line. So anything that needs to like get lifted gets its lift. Just like that. Just, oh, no problem. But yeah, you can see now that the factory's running about 4 gigawatts. But without these, it was running perfectly fine on just coal generators. So currently it's saying that it's, you know, dropping into battery usage territory, which it is. You know, don't get me wrong, it's not lying on that. It's just all of the machines are winding down right now, and they're filling up their inventories and all that nonsense. And so, like, this line has to have its stuff filled up. The heavy oil residue has to have its line filled up. The polymer resin line is just perpetually emptied because, you know, it's resin. I don't have the conversion into plastic and rubber set up yet, but when I do, I will make sure that when it overflows, that it overflows in a way that it just stockpiles a set of plastic and rubber, and then it just backlogs into what do you call it? Words. It backlogs into fuel production, basically. It'll produce more fuel when it's full on plastic and rubber, but when it does have plastic and rubber that it wants to produce, it, you know, will produce it, and it'll take that from the fuel production. Yum. Flavored water. Yeah, just like that. We are already, you know, We're already net positive on power. Don't let the capacity fool you. We do have an extra half a gigawatt over at the coal generators. They are just not currently connected to the grid. They are emergency power for when the grid decides that it wants to fail. That being said, they will not be enough to actually energize the grid, ironically. I would need an entire additional section of those just to energize the grid. So what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of blueprinting one of those modules, and then I can just use that whenever I need to, build it again. These are such nice windows. I really wish that I had the option of the full frame windows when I was building the highway, because I'd have probably used them.
Happy holidays. Now go back to work.
You too, Ada. You too. Also, has anyone else realized that it is really quiet? Like, unnervingly quiet. In-game, right now. There's the music. Okay, I was worried for a second that maybe my computer had broken. It does that every now and then. It actually has to keep playing music constantly, or it just stops working. Let's see. Ooh, I kind of want to set up the smokeless powder. I kind of do. I kind of don't. Oh, man. Because then I could make homing rifle ammo. I could make turbo rifle ammo. I don't even know what that is. Lightweight, compact, and valuable, these rounds provide extreme capacity and fire rates at the cost of accuracy. Well, I mean, it needs aluminum casing anyways, so that's after completing phase 2. I'm still in phase 2 for all of this, by the way, people. Like, I'm not even in phase 3 yet. Yeah, I need 100 supercomputers. Good lord. I mean, I could do 100 supercomputers. I've got the stuff for 100 supercomputers, right? It's 25. That's more than enough. That's the limiter. No, that's the limiter. 28 plastic each, good lord. I don't think I have that much. I've only got 8,200 plastic, 8,300 plastic. Yeah, I don't have that much. Yeah, looks like we're working on the base today, ladies and gents. It's a shame because it's all just repetitive stuff. But this is the riveting content that people seem to enjoy about this game, is just struggling to build. And the dread that is associated with it. Okay, well, knowing what we know now, about 480 here, we can safely reevaluate all of this. Huh. Oh, you know what? We can make one of those efficiency checker hand tools. We can actually check the efficiency of this stuff as we go. Let's see what we need for it. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I just couldn't remember. Now I remember, it's the efficiency checker tool. We've been waiting all freaking game for this thing. Just, you know, casually 1,102 hours. Some of it, albeit asleep, but, you know, had AFK and stuff, and yeah, it was brutal. 10 object scanners. Are you crazy? Apparently. Let's take for a pulse nobelisk. Crystal oscillators and 5 nobelisks. Good lord. How many have we built? Oops. There's the god chainsaw. See, I knew I saw it somewhere. Hey. It didn't respond to space. The heck? Now I've got an extra object scanner I don't want. Man. You know what? Yeah, these both go to bulk overflow. I wonder. Since it contains 10 of them, if you can sell one, you should be able to sell the other. Let's find out if any of those just clogged.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Merry Christmas to you too. Aha! It didn't like the efficiency hand checker tool. Did it like the other one? None of the other ones seem to be clogged. Yeah, about 2,000 points. I'd say 1,400 points isn't that bad. But yeah, the modded tool doesn't have a value to it, apparently. We've got the super chainsaw option available. We've got rebar. We've got snowball nobelisks. We've got nobelisks. However, we're not carrying nobelisks. We're just carrying snowballs. Because we can. Dihydrogen monoxide crystals. Terrifying. Then I suppose we want to deposit candy cane, portable miner, and efficiency checker. We've got the other efficiency checker on us. We're going to equip it. We're going to walk around and see what we see. Okay. Injected input -52. Not really sure how that works. if I want something to make, then I want the tree branches. Okay. That gives me something I can make. Something useful. Fingers don't want to cooperate. That angle. Okay, well, now what we do is we go over here and we see what we see. Stop hitting the doorways. Every single time. Weird. Yeah, look at that. Negative 360 copper sheet. I'm so overdrawn on copper sheet. It's absurd. What is this for? This is for the black powder. And then there's another one for... Wow, okay. Yeah, see, look. This is part of that whole graphics overload thing. You're overloading the graphics because of your RAM memory leak. The rain sounds awesome, by the way. But like, the fact that it looks like this instead of a light, yeah, that's just your graphics overloading the system. Yep. And look, it's not just the yellow ones too, it's the green ones. Like, yeah. It's not supposed to be doing that. Oh yeah, it's like that for all of the emissives. Look. And you may think, oh well, it's your graphics card that's the issue. Yes. And the issue in my graphics card was caused by your failure to properly account for your code's errors. So you still need to fix it. Because if you fix it, then, well, it's fixed. And then you don't have to worry about things like, you know, fixing the code. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, let's see, it's 60, yeah, it's 480 across the board there. Wow. Okay, so this one's got 60 out, 60 in, 60 out. Yeah, that sounds about right. But why only 420 on the line if 480 there? Why is it only 240? Should be 480. Oh, right. Because the other half of it is the 240 over here. Okay. That's not too bad. Okay, so that means Okay. So this section measures as a 240. Whereas this section measures as a 480. But each of these measures as 60. So... okay. Yeah, I know what to do now. I think. Okay, well, if that's a 480, I probably want to upgrade those into pumps instead of valves. What did I want? I wanted... I will set them to 150. Just in case I ever decide to overclock them to maximum, I then won't have to go through and set them all again. Actually, I just realized I can't set them all to overclock because if I did, the belts wouldn't be able to keep up. So 60 it is. Okay. I suppose I'm going to need some junctions. I'm probably going to need to rebuild all of these refineries. So, if I've got a central line, this is for crude oil into heavy oil residue. From crude oil into heavy oil residue. Wait for the autosave. What's it saying I'm missing? Whatever. Let's see. Which way is in, which way is out? That's out. This is in. Okay, well, presuming here is fine. Let me see.
Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too, Ada. Okay. So with that in mind, I can now grab this, set to 90-degree rotation. Now we've got our crude oil. Nearly forgot to set up the extraction pump. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna need to move a bit. That's gonna need to move a little bit, yeah. So we want Mark II pipeline pump. And then junction. I suppose there would work. Ooh. You know what? This is actually a good time to reuse the old junction. Would that look good though? First of all, let's get it in the proper gauge. Yeah, that kind of looks good. Oh, you know what? This thing needs power. All of these need power, actually. And they are not daisy chained yet. Yep. That's construction oversight. Gosh darn it. energized. They should all be energized. Ah, but they are not all connected. Yes. This is not even needed. Oops. Okay. Well, this covers 120, which is like... Yeah. Yeah. These four can support 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 10 refineries. So I can overclock all of these refineries. Wait, what? Oh, right. Copy settings. Paste settings. Wait, what? Oh, I must have accidentally taken out its power. The others, yes, that. There we go. I need to turn them around. but it would work. So that'd leave us with 375. Chat's all messed up again. Give me a sec. Technical difficulties. Okay, that's better. I went ahead and took a bathroom break while I was at it. Went pee. Okay, so we're gonna have 375 getting packaged. The thing is, we still need 5 of them. So I'm thinking that direction looks pretty available. That direction's the fuel generators. But I don't know. We'll see how compact these packaging units are. My mouse work for once. Jeez.
Happy holidays. Now go back to work.
You too, Ada. You too. And we need approximately 13 of these things. Currently, we've got 2. They can be mirrored to make it 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is all without overclock. Lord. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and move these all the way to the back. Blueprint, packaged heavy metal residue. Five, 6, 7. Wow, I've actually got enough room for this. bad. That being said, yeah, no, you're set. Just okay, that's what it is. You're not hooked up to power yet. So that's kind of a problem. Because I've got this space right here, but all of the mergers are pointing the wrong way. So I have to rebuild the mergers as well as everything attached to said mergers, because that's just how it works. Where is conveyor merger? Regular conveyor merger. Thank you. Okay. And this is packaged heavy oil residue.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too, Ada.
Here's a present. It's iron bars.
There we go. 390. Three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep. Okay. Well, now that we've got 39 heavy oil residue, or no, 390 heavy oil residue. Well, now that we've got 390, we've actually got quite the surplus. Problem is, we kinda need to move where we did the fuel production because it's kind of a mess, not gonna lie. Like I had to do this sharp turn and corner didn't really want to cooperate. Suppose I could have done it from one of these other ones, but I was prioritizing the end here because I wanted it to be all streamlined and in one direction and all that. But we had to package it, we had to process it, we had to unpackage it. This thing's only taking 150. We're feeding it how much? Just with this one line alone? 120. So this one wasn't producing anywhere near as much as we needed. Yeah, this one's producing 390. Way more. Of course, this one has overclock modules and is pretending as though it's 13 of these things. Why is my phone being difficult? Seriously, my phone just does not want to stop being difficult for whatever reason. I don't know why. You know, it's lost connection to the servers for YouTube twice. And now it had locked itself. You know, like locking the screen when I'm not paying attention to it for long enough. Well, that's set up for like only if I'm not having it on my person. Okay. So this is processing only 300 as well. Right. 60, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's only 300. There we go. That being said, where was I? Oh yeah. These are all overclocked. So this is the equivalent of 10 refineries. Seriously. Ten refineries though. That is kind of crazy. And then, like, it can actually support another 10. I just have to add on enough crude oil. What was I saying? Something about crude oil. Oh yeah, because the tubing here can support 600 per minute. That means that we can actually build another 5 going that direction. But if we do that, we're gonna have to clean up all of this. This is fuel. So this is part of what I was talking about. You know, it's a mess. It's just a mess. Like, it is way more complicated than it needs to be. Way more complicated. I think I'm going to edit these blueprints just a little so that I can, well, pretty tightly packed. Well, because what it is I'm wanting to include like a loop back to to basically set it up the way I have over here. Yeah, I want to set up something like this. Except I want it to be a little bit more pushed in so that it's more available, you know? Matter of fact,
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. There you go. What are we on? Packaging and unpackaging. Well, packaging. Is this packaging or unpackaging? This is unpackaging. Okay, so unpackaging. We're unpackaging 120. I'm guessing this is just half of it. But we are wanting like 300. So yeah, we've got a very basic, very basic setup. Why? Oh, right. Because the fuel generators are off. I'm like, why is it not, like, using any of it? It's like, because the fuel generators are all off. Derp. Yeah, the fuel generators are off. Okay. That's fine then. We will, however, want to enable our fuel generators. So, yes. They use high-speed connectors and rubber. They can hold 10. These use quick wire. Oh, they use high-speed connectors and steel pipes. The poles use rubber. In addition to everything else. But these use concrete. These use rubber. I guess it's to, you know, better reinforce everything. Power checker. We need a power checker in here. So let's go ahead and unpause all of these, which I cannot support. But that's why we're unpausing all of them, is because I cannot support that many. So how much fuel are we making? 120. Or no, that's how much we're injecting. It's 120. says we're making 400, but we know we can't support that. This is unpackage. What's this? Is this package? No, this is also unpackage. So these are both unpackage? Oh boy. Where does this one go? Well, this one's... That's the fuel. Yeah, it says I should be getting 36, but I'm not. only getting 20. Well, I guess 200. Yeah, I'm only getting 200 instead of 360. That's because of these only outputting 40 each instead of 80. They're supposed to be outputting 80. Filling up the pipe to 400. But on top of that, these are throttled as well because they're wanting 300 heavy oil residue and I'm only providing 160. If that. Yeah, 120 instead of 300. Getting plenty of packaged heavy oil residue. I just need to unpackage it fast enough. You may think that everything looks like it's going perfect until you realize, yeah, it's not quite perfect. We're inputting 400 and we're inputting 120 and we're outputting 400. Matter of fact, we're actually outputting seriously. It only wants 30 per minute. I have it throttled to 120. Okay. So this entire line only needs 120. Which means this entire thing only needs 240 to run. Problem is, I'm only making half of that. And that's presuming I'm actually making that much. Which presumes a lot. But yeah, you can see now why I wanted to refactor everything, reevaluate everything, because this works a lot better than all of that. Like, now that I know what I'm building, now that I can just visualize it, I can see it, I can look at it, I'm sitting there going, okay, so that's going to need to get brought closer to there, and that's going to need to go there, and then that has to go there, And yeah, like I'm sitting there going, you know, okay, we've got the splitters, we've got the pipeline, we've got some junctions, we've got stackable pipeline supports. We're going to need to connect all of these junctions together so that we can have a single contiguous line. We're going to need some way to connect the junction to the pipeline support where the packager has connected, so we need that. And then we're going to need some way to inject all of this stuff, which means we need the pipeline pump here. And then we're going to need some way to, you know, put all of the items in, which means we need to have a section that's dedicated for item teleporters or conveyor lines. That's what they represent. Which would be just, you know, conveyors that drop down into the floor and go off elsewhere. And we've got all this stuff. And yet, despite all of that, you know, our 390 heavy oil residue per minute isn't really worth very much, because we're not turning it into fuel at 390 per minute. Instead, we're turning like 120 per minute, if that, into fuel. So we've got this massive surplus, right? Massive. And this kind of means that we get to, well, take out the other setup that exists. And I guess we can just throw the items into the resource sink. You know, recycle everything and all that. Yeah. So we've got this. This is set. This is built. But how do we want the fuel? We need to unpackage. We then need a stockpile where it all gathers. And then we need processing. And then we need packaging. No, we need unpackage, stockpile, process, stockpile, package. Okay, we can do that. Okay. This is going to be a massive build. This is going to be a really, really massive build. Okay. Yeah. So we got 3 of those lines, right? Three of those processing crude oil into heavy oil residue lines that we want to build, and we're building this as a result right next to it so that we can see what everything is doing. And the problem is that it's kind of a, like, T-junction. I'm trying to visualize it, and it's kind of difficult because I'm trying to also visualize where I'm going to place it, but it's effectively a gigantic T-junction. Because if we were to go ahead and continue building this with a mirror copy, then what would end up happening is my factory would get very, very full. I would have to have it over here, which, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. I'd have enough room. I'd be able to do it. There's no way it would be able to support enough. Not on that budget. Yeah, we still wouldn't be able to keep up with maximum consumption. We are recharging the batteries at a really ridiculous pace right now. But this is actually costing us a lot. Pause that. How's that look? It says negative 280, but I don't believe it. I really don't. Yeah, no. It's 280 in, 240 out. That is brutal. $340 in, no, 260 in, 340 out. 280 in, 240 out. So I still in deficit on these? Huh. You know, I'm not noticing a deficit, but it's saying I'm in deficit. It's saying I'm only producing 260. Saying I'm producing only 260. Wait, that can't be right. Sort package heavy oil residue. What's the packaged heavy oil residue I just set up connected to? Is that sort or is that resource? Did I accidentally set that to resource? We'll find out. Sort packaged heavy oil residue. Yeah, and this is 390. This actually is supported. So that's definitely not an accurate count. I do not know what is causing negative values. I don't even know how you get a negative value. Like, seriously, how did you get a negative value? What recursion did you mess up? Because that's the only way. It's the only way to get a negative value. I mean, it seems to catch itself, but it's still really bad.
Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas.
Okay, so we managed to get 390 heavy oil residue, which is going to definitely affect our results here. Let's see. Heavy oil residue. And then yeah, because we want fuel. Oh, that's what's used it. Oops. So I can either feed crude oil and fuel, or no, I can feed in crude oil and get fuel and polymer resin. Or I can feed in heavy oil residue and just get fuel, but the heavy oil residue generates polymer resin. And the residual fuel from the heavy oil residue. Do I even have the diluted fuel option? No, I do not. Like, that would be good. That would be real good right now, because that would be easy. That's base 10, base 5. It's really easy. Well, it's all base 10, but still. Like, it scales so nicely. Okay, well, let's see what we've got. Actually, I just realized that one thing over there is already producing enough heavy oil residue to power all of the generators. This one is unpackaging, right? Yes. So this one's unpackaging. What's this one say? This one says we have a surplus of 420. Okay. What's this one say? This one says I'm making 210 here. So what I need to do is find where this starts. Huh. Does this have a shutoff valve? Kind of. It's not quite a shut-off valve, and more of a...
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And more of a, it's just a little random powerful. Just a general lack of power. I suppose I can still do that. Okay, so I guess the one I want is this one then, as well as this one. I can enable that. So I can just do this. Okay, well, this will eventually filter through and it will definitely have some sort of effect. Let's see. Actually, these are 60. Throughput is 600. Well, I mean that's a 10 to 1, obviously. These are in modules of 4 or 8.
Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas.
How you doing, chat? You doing good? Doing good over there? I hope you're doing good over there. Yeah, a lot of it is just running around and not knowing what to do next because I'm doing things like actually depleting this section of its heavy oil residue, which isn't the easiest of jobs. But hey, someone's got to do it, right? Depleting the area of its packaged oil as well. go check on my stockpile. Yeah, they're both still fine. Huh. How strange. Well, I suppose the next major renovation is probably going to be something along the lines of ripping out the old fuel line and installing the new fuel line, which honestly is not that much different from what we just installed. Fortunately, I apparently have enough fuel production. Unfortunately, I don't believe it. I really don't. I do not think we do have enough fuel production, because I distinctly remember us not having enough fuel production. So I'm pretty much just going to need to sit here and babysit these things to find out if and when fuel production starts to get low, and then react to that. Once I've reacted and responded to that, then we can continue with building the base. But until then, yeah, there's really not much else to show, because it's just going to be me sitting here going, yup, yup. Like, I need the space, is what it is. I need the room. Okay? I know I've got all this space available to me, and you might think, Blue, you don't need that much room. Not true. I need, get this, I need this space for here, and then I need, what else? I need, this space also for here, specifically for the packaging. Then there's, let's see, what was next? Yes. This space actually might end up getting made available. Probably to generically build even more refineries, even more fuel, because I'm going to need more fuel. Because you need fuel to make turbo fuel. So I'm going to need more fuel. So it's probably going to end up getting made into a 5 long, which is 5 belts worth of crude oil getting unpackaged, which I don't currently have enough oil income to support. So I'm going to need to deal with that at some point. But without enough fuel to support my current oil setup, it's going to be a lot more difficult. You know what I can do in the meantime? I can rip out these walls that have just been in the way constantly for the longest time. They've been in my way constantly, specifically. Okay. Well, pretty much the final thing I actually need right now is dead animals. I need to hunt down some protein.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And for anyone curious, yes, I am playing on ultra resolution. Oops, I missed. This is the super chainsaw for those who are wondering. This is not the God chainsaw. God chainsaw would instantly fill up my inventory. This is just the super. On mouse. Cooperate. Thank you.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Really? That's a real shame. Because I don't see any at the moment. Hey, lizard doggo. Grab some aluminum.
Here's a present. It's iron bars.
Aluminum. I don't know. Aluminum. Aluminum. I don't know. I've never heard the German, England, whatever pronunciation of aluminum. I've only heard aluminum, you know, the American European version. Europe is weird. lot of inventory space. Wow. The timing of that made it look like he just ran into a wall and just gave up. Anyways, we've been recording for quite a while now. This would be a good time to remind everyone, you know, leave a like on the video, it helps out. Subscribe to the channel, you'll get notified whenever I upload new content, which I'm trying to do more regularly. It's just there are time constraints when live streaming for 6 hours every time. You don't always get 6 hours uninterrupted available. Of course, there's background noise, as you heard, no doubt, earlier in this video. You know, people coughing, and, you know, making all kinds of other bodily noises. Yeah, it's usually pretty difficult to find 6 hours where I can just, you know, spend time playing a game. Well, that was just rude. Here, let me make sure. Just walked up and popped it in the head. But yeah. It's about 8:30 my time. We started recording at about 3, so we've been recording about 5.5 hours. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. It's getting to be that time. That is one inhaler. I usually take a little bit of damage whenever I'm fighting those guys, so that's That's one inhaler use. The humanity, I know. Whatever shall I do to compensate? You know, beyond murdering dozens and dozens more creatures. Nice. Not really sure how we're expected to get this coal out of here. Unless this is an error. Doesn't look like an error though. Looks fairly natural.
Comply. Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Didn't even know I had a contract.
Harvest.
I'm guessing it wants me to harvest something up here.
This is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts. Comply.
Nope. There we go. Okay. Where is this thing it wanted me to look into?
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact. Harvest.
There is a lot of stuff here to harvest. Give me a minute, Ada. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. Oh, there's stuff down there. Okay. I'm harvesting. I'm harvesting.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
If I knew where the artifact was, Ada, I would definitely harvest it. As it currently sits, I can only speculate that it is at the top of this gigantic rock formation. So I should probably be climbing over here and not on the small point that's going to have a massive overhang. Ah, there it is. Behave. Denied. There we go. Lots of bauxite. You know, this bauxite is going to turn into some aluminum, and that's going to be awesome. But that won't happen until phase 3. Okay, that's not normal. So, you remember how I mentioned there's, you know, certain things going on with, oh, hello. There's certain things going on with, you know, signed stuff versus unsigned stuff, right? Integers. Signed integers versus unsigned integers. You wanted unsigned integers, you used signed integers. What does that mean? Well, it means stuff like that happens. Stuff like this. I'm fairly certain that I probably won't have the materials to open this crash site that I am trying to navigate my way up towards. Oh. Well, that's nice. I wasn't expecting that. Hello. Got me right at the end of the live stream.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I haven't been able to open YouTube yet. My phone is currently being used to download Vermintide 2 because I forgot to turn the download back on.
Ah.
So I need to expedite it.
Ah. So you're focusing all your bandwidth on it.
For the most part, I've got like a 5 megabyte download.
Ah. Yeah, I've been streaming like 5 3/4 hours. Oh no, that's a good view of the base. I'm getting a screenshot of that. Let me see if I can land all the way up here with this purple power slug. Ooh, this is gonna be nice. Big ol' slope that I can climb up. Oh wow, I can see the space elevator from up here. I can see the base from all the way up here. I can see both bases.
Oh no, my download is paused.
There's also some water over there. The thing is, where is this crash site? I need 30 motors, and it's supposed to be right here somewhere. Is that it? That looks like it. It's in a gas field. Got that hard drive. I just denied that thing like a pro. It was an alpha too.
I think I gotta head off Discord because of the fact it's not, my download is not going.
Oh my. Well, I hope it speeds up soon.
I'll catch you later.
Okay. Was Mr. Maltese, for those who are curious whose voice that was. I believe it was Demon Maltese, was it? Something like that. I'm distracted at the moment because I'm trying to hurry so that I can have all of this on camera, you know? Because after this, I'm heading back to base, and then I'm going to be doing a lot of crafting by hand to process all of these raw materials, and then I'm going to be basically just waiting for the heavy oil residue and fuel to all finish its processing nonsense that it's going through. hit harder. There's that third one. Did they run off the cliff? I bet they did. Oh yeah, they probably did. For those wondering, no, this is not a death trap. You can climb up this wall here. See? I even included some bauxite down here for us to harvest. When you climb up this wall, you literally just... yeah. It's just like a ladder, only a little less strict, I guess. direct hit. That was multiple scatter shots. One down. Nope. Two down. Is there a third? Thought there was a third down here. Either way. See? Just climb right up. More bauxite. Jeez, I have quite the collection. And my phone is about to go off to let me know that I've got about 5 minutes left on this recording. Did not leave myself much time for an outro, but it is what it is. So, woo, Milky Way, nice. Like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, check out my Patreon, check out my YouTube, check out all that lovely content. Remember to vote in the poll for, basically just offering your opinion of how I'm doing. I usually switch up the poll ever so slightly in between episodes, when there's like a long break in between them, like this time around. Okay, that one I've already got. And this one I think I've already got too. This might be the same one, actually. Looks like it is. Yeah, looks like it is. But yeah, all that lovely good stuff. That YouTube metric stuff is, it's convoluted, it's complicated. Basically, it operates similarly to pyramid scheme, but it isn't somehow. I guess because, money isn't involved up front. It can be involved later once you're popular, but not immediately. So, it's not quite a pyramid scheme. But it does help if you like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, post it in your favorite Discord, all that good stuff. It helps a lot. Especially when I don't have many subscribers, like, starting out. Because the subscribers are where the primary amount of traffic actually comes from. People subscribe, they check in, they go, yes or no, and then YouTube goes, okay, well, these people liked it, these people didn't. Suggest it more to, these specific categories of people. And that's just how it works, that's how it functions. We are going to deposit a bunch of stuff here. Mostly greenery. But also a lot of other stuff. Actually, instead of depositing, we're just going to go ahead and craft a bunch of it into, available into power shards, for example. We've got one purple power slug here. Got a yellow power slug. We've got 5 blue power slugs. We've got so many leaves, so much wood, so many flower petals, good lord. We've got 21 hog proteins, 4 hatcher proteins, a stinger protein, 28 spitter proteins. And I think we've got just enough time to process most of it. But I'm probably going to have to, you know, end the video during the crafting of the inhalers themselves. So with that, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Share with your friends. Share the video with your friends. And let me know what you think. You know, I do actually read the comments. I do actually check my comments. So, you know, keep me posted. Let me know what you think. Tell me how I did. That kind of stuff. Offer helpful hints. But until next time, stay safe out there. And farewell.